plaster and close it up. Do all sorts of weird things to it. So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see Charlie using a kind of a miniature pressure washer to take the residual plaster off the glass piece. So these plaster molds are kind of one-use molds. The plaster breaks down after we blow into them. So once they're cool, we pressure wash all the excess plaster off of the glass. Them from breaking apart. So these are our guest artists, Charles Parriott and Helena Parriott. Their father and daughter. And this is the first time they've collaborated on an artistic project. Charlie has been working glass since the late 70s. Uh, he's a very important figure in the contemporary glass world. Charlie designed and built this shop that you're looking at today. Charlie is a Fulbright scholar. He's worked for many years at the Pilchuck Glass School, and he's worked at Chihuly Studios as well. So a very right-hand man to Mr. Chihuly. He's taught glassmaking all over the world, and he currently has a business consulting in glass, helping people realize some interesting and varied glass projects. Can we put up some of Charlie and Helena's work up on the big screen? So these are some of the sculptures of Charlie Parriott. These are solid cast glass sculptures. Charlie's very influenced by Czech Cubism. He spent a lot of time in the Czech Republic, and he currently resides in the Czech Republic. He also has a kind of sideline where he makes the world's biggest bottles. Various wine companies and liquor companies hire him to make these giant bottles. This is the work of Helena Parriott. Helena is more of a painter. Helena is very interested in color and texture. So when these sculptures that we're making today, the forms are sort of based on Charlie's aesthetic, and the texturing of the surface and the colors are based on Helena's aesthetic. Yes, ma'am. If we break something, can we reuse it? We can reuse our clear glass waste. We can't really use our colored glass waste because the big tank where we remelt it is all clear glass, so we can throw little bits of clear back in there and melt them again. We can't throw little bits of red and purple and blue. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? We're all amateurs. What? Okay. There should be some things that interest you here. Okay, well, let me know if there's something you want to know. All the secrets of Venice are yours for 15 bucks. Okay, who's the team? The man in the center is Ben Cobb. He's the head of our glass shop. He's been blowing glass for 26 years, since he was 2. Sarah Gilbert in the green jacket, and Gabe Feenan in the light blue shirt. These guys are all excellent glass makers. This is their day. They all artists. They all exhibit their work on their own. And what you're seeing here is their day job, working for the museum, assisting our visiting artists. You guys have any questions? notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Ben shapes it. And they've made a bunch of plaster molds. And so if you probably have to stand. Can we get a shot of the horse's head? Yeah, a chalk drawing. Put it up. We have a lot of equipment. Can't. So we're making these stylized horses' heads. They're made in three different parts. They're made with the one mold for the neck, one mold for the muzzle, and one mold for the ears. The molds are in these kilns, being pre-warmed. We'll blow a bubble of glass and drop it in the mold and blow. It'll take on the form of the object. Does anybody have any questions? That's a plaster mold. We're making parts for these sculptures, and we're making it in various plaster molds. So Charlie's there taking the plaster off of the glass piece. These are one-use molds. After they're blown into, the plaster crumbles, and it's a little bit of work to get all of it off. So if you watch Gabe in the light blue shirt, he's dipping into our big tank of clear molten glass. That's the glass furnace. All glass, when it's hot, looks some shade of orange. Whether it's red or green or blue or purple, the orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. He's now rolling it in that little steel bowl. The steel bowl is filled with powdered colored glass. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, in the Preston Singletary show, how is that done? Could we put up the sandblasting drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. When Mr. Singletary in the Preston Singletary show, when he makes those objects, he blows them with two different colors. One color on the inside and a different color of glass on the outside. Then he covers the object in a rubber mask. He cuts out the parts he wants to expose, and then we sandblast it. And when you sandblast it, it carves through the outer layer of color and exposes the inner layer of color underneath. So that's how all the objects in Preston show are made. They were all sandblasted, yes. He usually sandblasts the entire surface after he's carved through. So if you watch to your right, Sarah's going into our kiln and pulling out one of the plaster molds for the horse's ear. We place it on that ceramic shelf. And Ben is blowing his bubble. Ben is a tall guy in a dark shirt. He blows air into that tube and then he closes it up with his thumb. And the heat and pressure expands the air and blows the bubble automatically. Guest artist leaves one piece for the museum collection, but they take the rest of them with them. Oh, Pa. Okay, I've seen that sign on construction sites. Okay, I've seen that on construction sites as well. Smaller scale. Dramatic. You guys have any questions? Yeah, the big black ovens are called annealers. They're for cooling the glass down slowly after we're done. So we keep those hot all day long, and then at night we cool everything all at once. The the length of time we take to cool them depends on the thickness. The thicker it is, the longer we'll take to cool it. Um, some of the they were different amounts for different pieces. The ears are small, so those probably just be overnight. And but some of the bigger pieces, they could be several days. Yep. Good, good. You guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? So we're using two different types of colored glass to decorate these objects. Some of them, the inner layers are done with this color bar, these bars of solid colored glass. And the outside, we're coating them with these powdered glasses. Could we play the powder video? Show you a little bit about glass powder.
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
So over here, we're coating our original bubble with solid colored glass. Gabe in the light blue shirt has blown a bubble of clear glass. Sarah in the dark shirt is heating up a chunk of the solid colored glass, like the rods on the table. And we're going to coat Gabe's bubble with the solid colored glass. We put a big blob on top. And then we force it backwards until it entirely coats the original bubble. So a lot of these decorations are a combination of the solid colored glass, the color bar, and the powder. So you can see the interior color is the solid bar, and you can see the powder on the outside. These things are super sharp. We blow them into a mold, and then we cut the tops. So when you look at these color samples, all of these are combinations of the solid color lining it and different colors of powders melted on the outside. So up on the big screen, you can see Kristen, another one of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. And she's cutting the chicken wire. When we make these plaster molds, they're reinforced with chicken wire. So she's cutting the chicken wire loose so we can take the plaster off. She's in the back in our cold shop, we call it. We call it the cold shop because that's where we do the things we do to the glass after it's cold. Every once in a while, you'll see one of the glass blowers disappear around the corner. He's going to our powder booth. When we decorate the glass with the powdered glass, we have to do it in a ventilated booth because we don't want to breathe the glass dust. So if you look up on the big screen, we have a camera in there. And you see him sifting some powder onto the colored glass. We're making these sculptures. We're making them in parts. The little molds that they've been blowing this morning are for the ears of the horse. We're making several different, we're making small ones and big ones. Oh, I don't know. You notice if you look at the oven in the center, the flames are kind of licking out pretty hard. That's what's called a reducing flame. Some of the colors that we're using have extra silver in them, and that reducing flame brings the silver to the surface and gives the glass a metallic sheen. Let's see. So that's the same process that they used in Tiffany glass to make it iridescent. The number of the color. Yes, just a color sample we made. Z stands for Zimmerman, and it's their color number. Turned it off now, but when the flame is a little kind of, we can see the flames flicking out. That's called a reducing flame, and that brings the metallic components of the glass. This is what's called a reducing color. We expose it to a certain kind of flame called a reducing flame that has sort of more gas and less air. And it brings the metallic components, in this case silver, to the surface, and you get that metallic sheen. So on the last piece that Ben was blowing, it was coated with a reducing powder, and so we changed the flame so we could get that metallic sheen. Do you guys have any questions? No, we're blowing. They are. They're blowing. It's not all huffing and puffing like you see in the movies. There's a lot of heating and shaping. If you're making something that takes an hour, you probably spend, I don't know, 5 minutes out of that hour actually puffing into it. The white one was a plaster mold. We're blowing some of these forms into molds made by our guest artists. So the mold is plaster, and then we drop the glass. It's got a cavity in the shape of the object we want to make. And we drop the mold in there, drop the bubble in there, and blow. It fills out that cavity, and that gives us the shape of the object. Plaster? No. We're making these sculptures of horses, and we have 3 separate types of molds, one for the neck, one for the muzzle, and one for the ears. So these little ones are for the ears of the horse. So over on the right, you'll see Gabe in the bright blue shirt, Gabe Feenan, and Sarah Gilbert standing up. Sarah has our colored glass. She's heating up a little chunk of colored glass. Gabe has a bubble of clear glass. And we're going to drop a little blob of the colored glass onto the clear glass. Then Gabe is going to smear that colored glass till it entirely coats the original bubble. Four basic parts, one for the neck, one for the muzzle. No, no, that's a different project entirely. How are you guys? You guys have any questions? Side story. So it's about 1:30 now. At 2 o'clock, our guest artists, Charles Parriott and Helena Parriott, are going to give a talk here in the Hot Shop. And they'll tell you about all their designs and their interesting careers. It should be quite interesting. So as we finish each of these, we place the glass and the mold into our annealing oven where it will cool slowly overnight. So Charlie is taking some of the forms that we made earlier. He's soaking the plaster molds in water. So when we blow it into the mold, the plaster doesn't really have much strength, so it starts to crumble. And so now we're moving the plaster mold, and we'll have the glass underneath. The plaster is reinforced with chicken wire. So he'll take some of the plaster away. You'll start to see the chicken wire. We'll snip that with snips and dig all the plaster out from the little crevices in the glass. You can now see Charlie snipping the chicken wire that we used to reinforce the molds. big tanks of molten lava. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what it looks like behind that door. It's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. Yeah, the furnaces are on all the time. The glory holes, those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber. And we just use it to heat and soften the glass as we're shaping it. So glory holes are only on during the working day, and the glass furnaces are on 24/7. Can we play the color overlay video while we wait for the talk to start?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Play Kids Design, there. We're still waiting for the artist.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So, hi everybody. Welcome to Museum of Glass. Today, the museum is honored to have two very special artists, Charles Parriott and his daughter, Helena Parriott. Charles is going to give his presentation first. Charlie has been working glass for over 40 years. He started one of the earliest glass shops in Seattle, the Glass Eye. He's worked, he was the person who designed this shop here. We wouldn't have this shop if it wasn't for Charlie. Charlie's worked for many years at the Pilchuck Glass School. He's worked for a long time with Dale Chihuly and Chihuly Studios. Charlie is a Fulbright scholar. Charlie has been very important in connecting the American glass community with the Czech glass community. He's been a crucial factor in that collaboration. And we all admire him. Charlie is a genius. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to him.
Yeah, where's my MacArthur? No, I'm joking. Thank you, Walter. Well, Walter Lieberman is also a great artist, and he and I actually had the first glass exhibition at a well-known gallery in Seattle called the Traver Gallery, which is now probably 80% of what it shows is glass. So in 1979, Walt and I had the first glass show there. And so thank you for the introduction. It's very nice to be here under these wonderful conditions. There's a lot that's happened here in the 17 years since we lit this place up. And it's actually, we opened this shop on July 5th, 2002, with the Chihuly team working here. So it's really, you know, just this week, so long ago. I'm gonna start this. Walt, how do I start this? Oh, this is Colin, and he's holding all of this together right now. So Colin's gonna. There we go. Okay, Colin, thank you. Okay, this little lecture or whatever is about a lot of what I've done since I left the Museum of Glass in 2004. But first of all, I first came to the Northwest to the Pilchuck Glass School as a teaching assistant to a person named Marvin Lipovsky, who is one of the pioneers of the American studio glass movement. And so actually, when I arrived at Pilchuck in 74, I kind of looked like that. That was the first, that was the second incarnation. The first incarnation, I had hair down the middle of my back, and then it kept catching on fire when I was charging the furnace. So we cut it off to that length, and then the day that Nixon resigned, a guy named Jamie Carpenter and I went out and we got our heads shaved and bought a case of champagne and brought it back to campus, and everybody had the same idea. So whatever day that was in August of 1974, the school went on its ear. So I started showing my work in Seattle. This is a show from 1982 called Fictions, for those who have worked themselves to death. And so these shrouds they're about 45 inches long, with these boats hanging over them, and it's all what's called slumped glass. So it's glass that's bent in a kiln using temperatures of around 1200 degrees Fahrenheit. And there's all these photo decal images on these shrouds done in collaboration with an artist named Mark Sulo, who later became well known for the Wall of Sound in Seattle, famous record store. This is with my other very famous dog, Chet, who was a mascot of many glassy operations in Seattle over the years. And this is actually, for those of you who know who Russell Johnson is, he's a well-known photographer in the world of glassmaking. And so this is our first collaboration together, working on photographing my work. Later on, I was invited to study in the Czech Republic with Professor Stanislav Libansky. And during that time, there was an eruption of a volcano in Colombia. And so this is called Sopka Madonna. It's blown glass, blown in a plaster mold like we're going to do later today. Hopefully we'll have time to do kind of a revisit of this series called The Hunters, which you'll see in a second. So Sopka Madonna came out of that. And when I came back from my first trip to the Czech Republic, I worked with Richard Royal at Pilchuck Glass School to blow these bear heads, which were dedicated, circa 1986 now, to Mikhail Gorbachev. So it's called Misha, which is what kids call their teddy bears, also in Russia. Again, continuing with the same type of mold blowing, these soldier heads were blown into plaster molds and painted in collaboration with an artist, a great glass painter in the Czech Republic by the name of Zdena Kolchova, who was a teacher in one of the secondary schools for glassmaking in the Czech Republic. And she and I have worked together since 1985. So occasionally we're able to work on a new series together. The last incursion was, this is a group of soldier heads that are made using uranium-colored glass. Uranium oxide is used to color the glass green, and then the heads were painted on, and then we made special ultraviolet lamps to go on the inside of each one of the stands. So these heads are actually illuminated through the ultraviolet light hitting the uranium glass. So further on, we did a series of Hungry Bears, and this was about the time of the Velvet Revolution in the Czech Republic. It may not be a nice adage, but people ask me what it was like to be in the Czech Republic now that the Communist Party was no longer in control. And I said, well, it's kind of like a zoo where they just threw open the doors to the cages and walked away and let people decide what to do. A lot of people were still looking for a handout or to be taken care of by the central government. Moving ahead, this is a series of hunters that were basically brought about by living in a neighborhood with an inordinate amount of gunfire and a lot of sloppy gangsters on the street. It was based on people who didn't want to live, nor was it foreseen that they would live very long. So their idea, in my mind, was that it was all about bling and profile. So this is about those people. This is called Cousin Franta. This was also made at Pilchuck Glass School with Paul de Soma. And this was done at the time of the Balkan Wars. And it speaks of war. It's a detail of the teeth that are pewter and lead. That's a scale. So this series went on until about 1995. And later we started a series that was based on the Wizard of Oz characters. So this last one was the tornado. This is one of the witches. So I received a Fulbright to the Czech Republic in 1995 to study the secondary school system for glassmaking that's there. So they have specialized high schools for glassmaking. And I was basically an artist in residence in one and lecturing at the other schools as well, mostly lecturing about the studio glass movement in America. So at the time I was reading The Wizard of Oz, living in the northern Czech winter, and I was kind of dividing up the archetypes in that book a little differently than the movie. And so this is Dorothy, for example, and she's holding a house in her hands. And the weird thing about Dorothy for me in The Wizard of Oz was that here's a young woman who falls out of the sky, kills one of the matriarchs straight away, steals her shoes. Her sister shows up to try to defend her now dead sister, tries to take the shoes back. She gets shocked. 3 grown men start following Dorothy around. Then they pick up the wizard. Now she's got 4 guys behind her. Then she goes and kills another witch, or the same sister that showed up to collect on her sister's death. So she's totally new matriarch of the whole scene, and all she keeps saying is, I just want to go home. I just want to go home. And it's, then you get back into the you can't go home motif. Anyway, Tin Man, the Lion. This was modeled after George Bush the Lesser, a character with all the power and no idea what to do with it. So we showed these pieces at the Heller Gallery in New York City the first time, and it was a lot of fun. This series I've been working on with Ben Cobb here since we opened the museum in 2002, and we'll probably come back to visit this again and again. Some more castings, the dog in different light. This is the wizard from the Oz series. Kind of kabuki face. And I think these 3 guys, on the left is Jamie Carpenter, in the middle is Italo Skanga, and on the right is Dale Chihuly. When I came to Pilchuck, these were the people that were really influencing me. And Pilchuck really changed my whole life. In the center is Italo Skanga. On the left is a guy named Walt Haas, who is a woodsman from the Arlington area of Washington, who really contributed to the integration of the Pilchuck School into the community of people who were from that region. In 1988, I got a phone call from Rich Royal the day after Christmas, and he asked me what I was doing. I said, well, I'm hanging out with my family. And he goes, you want to work? And at the time, I wasn't working. So I said, well, sure, what do I got to do? And he said, well, Dale just fired John, so you got to come in and do the color. So I went over to Benmore's studio and started working on this Venetian series of Dale's, and stayed there for 12 years working on that and special projects, and got to work with this wonderful person closely for all that time. And from Lino, I think we all have to tip our hats, and he changed the glass blowing scene in America, particularly here in the Northwest. So we all kind of knew what we were doing, but we all did it our own way. And through this genius, we kind of had what we did standardized. So we learned from the grassroots of Mouronet's glass blowing, like a standard way of working, so we could do things that we couldn't do before, but we could do them effectively as teams, using the same moves, the same principle, the same series of building up a piece of work and knowing how we're going to build it up, how we're going to take it off, who's going to be making what. And through him also, I met Alessandro Diaz de Santillana, and we produced this for the Alvord's house in Seattle. It's about 14 feet tall. It's 8 pieces of mirrored and bubbleized glass. It's called Sky, and we just moved it 3 years ago, or more, 3.5 years ago. We moved it via barge on Lake Washington to their new house in true Venetian style. These are some other seeds made for Alessandro. These are now in the Corning Museum. So the reason I'm showing this is the way that I've made my living is not through selling my artwork, but it's mostly through making other people's work. And every time I'm making my work, it's for my own pleasure. This is Laura de Santillana's work, and she and I still work together here and in the Czech Republic. And she and her brother had an amazing show here at the museum with a 3-week-long residency. This is Pino Signoretto, the late Pino Signoretto, the late great Pino Signoretto. And I had the pleasure of working with him also, making stuff for Mr. Chihuly. The reason I wound up in the Czech Republic is because of this man here. He was a world history teacher in my high school, but he was a very famous partisan fighter of the Nazis in the Czech Republic, and via his work with the Royal Air Force in the Second World War, he helped with the assassination of Heydrich and ran many missions over Germany. His name is Jan Weiner, and he wrote a book called The Assassination of Heydrich. But through my high school training with him and his wife, who was my Russian teacher, I became familiar with the Czech system, Czech style of thinking. And then this is Professor Lubinsky and his wife, Mrs. Brichtova, who will turn 95 on July 18th this year. And they're pretty much the people who invited us to the Czech Republic. And without working with them and with him, I don't know who I would be now, because this was a whole new way of thinking about glass and working with the material. This is in his studio in Železný Brod, where I live about 4 blocks from them now. And Mrs. Brichtova is responsible for innovating and developing a whole new form of expression in 3-dimensional glass that history will laud her for forever. She's an amazing innovator. So I'm just showing their work because it's, sorry, going too fast, its effect on me and many, many other people. This is Dale and Professor Lubinsky in 1988. This is one of their earliest pieces that got them super recognition at the Brussels World's Fair in 1958. I'm showing this because it's this was at a very dark moment for me. I was in England, and we were trying to make this giant bottle, and nothing worked. And there's a film about it, but they're just all crashing to the ground. And I was trying to figure out what I was going to do next, and that'll come up later. So after I left here, we did a thing called the Dual Purpose Project, where we integrated people with major disabilities into the glass shop and retooled the glass shop to help them learn how to blow glass, be they in a wheelchair or missing a limb. This is Joanne Tilley, who I started the program with, and we were supported by Brian Rubino, and it was a really great experience. That's 85 pounds of molten Pyrex, or borosilicate glass. And this is in the Cavalier factory. This was the bottle we were trying to produce in England, which we finally produced at the Cavalier factory in the Czech Republic. And later on, this bottle, the first bottle held 130 liters, and this one holds 570 liters. And that was the biggest bottle we ever made. And as I was telling John Drury earlier, I was looking at this image of Jerry Pethick, a famous Canadian artist who studied at the Royal College of Art in England and was a great visionary of materials, just using whatever materials he had at hand, and he'd put them to use. So this is his bottle man. And there's Jerry. This series of photographs is from the making of Mike Kelly's Candor series, which was based on the Superman bottle, where there was a small living city inside the bottle. So Mike Kelly asked us to make 21 different versions of this bottle. It's a 200-liter vodka bottle. So I'm showing you this because this is what I do for a living, if you know what I mean. You know, it's just like you got to pull this stuff out of your hat. These are some skulls that were made for an artist named Sherry Levine in New York. And this is a sculpture in clay by an artist named Eric Fischel. It's called Tumbling Woman. So these are kiln cast. This is my late wife, Constance doll, Parriott, and so much of everything I was allowed to do because she supported me in what I was doing. And she was a great artist herself, and she did about everything. But anyway, we lost her about 6.5 years ago, and it's hard to go on, but right now working with Helena here is, I think it brings together something that would have been a big surprise to Connie. So anyway, we truly miss her. Corbin Walker is an artist from Ireland. I'm going to run through this rather quickly now. But Corbin asked us to produce this piece called I think it was called the Glass Ramp. So this was produced and installed in New York City. And the guy's a perfectionist, believe me. And that's it. The final. These stacks are done with 3 different types of plate glass, so they're all different colored green. Teaching sometimes with Corning Museum in France. This is a giant ear that we cast in plaster using a vacuum table. In recent years, I've been making work for Preston Singletary in the Czech Republic. So these are glass totem poles that he's designed and had carved, and we've done 3 of these, and there's a 4th one, a different design, a little bit bigger than this one, on the way right now. The installations are done by the people from the casting studio. And this is in Seattle, this particular one. Traveling with Dante and Preston Singletary a couple years ago was really funny, because they would sit in the back seat and tell stories while I was trying to drive through a foot of snow. It's fun. And finally, the last series of work I've done has been based on similar drawings. This is a series of leaded glass panels done with none other than Dick Weiss. And that was a project that took 1.5 years. Again, at the Traver Gallery in 2011. So these are all leaded glass windows. And the same drawings I've transposed to engraved glass later with Pavlina Chambalova. And we showed these works in November with a group show with Dick Weiss and Cappy Thompson at the Traver Gallery. They're not very tall, they're about 10 by 6 inches. But Pavlina Chambalova is a great engraver who's doing a residency at the Corning Museum of Glass this summer. And we live in the same town now, and I'm looking forward to continuing my collaboration with her. So this residency started with Helena was living in Brazil and I was living in the Czech Republic, and we started communicating. And what happened here? It just went. Did it go out? So we were communicating about this residency. Thank you, Helena. And somehow we started exchanging ideas. And so this residency is the beginning of a series called War Horse. Later on, I was told that there's a movie called War Horse, which I didn't know about. But the idea is that from my point of view on this theme is we're going to spend a bit of time looking into the human relationship with horses, particularly how horses have been used for labor and in war and in industry, and how they got humans all the way up to the 20th century, or all the way up to the Industrial Revolution, and all the way up to the petrochemical revolution. And so this is our first attempt at doing the visuals on that series, and I'm sure she'll have more to say about it. We lost, the fellow in the middle is Rene Robicek, and we lost him last year, and he was a great leader and innovator, and he had come to Pilchuck in the 80s and in the 90s, and is a great guy. So we lost him last year. A lot of times when I'm in Washington State, this is where I'm hiding up on Whidbey Island in these old army barns. And this is how you will see us coming down the street. The dog is Lishka, and she's my special service dog, my companion everywhere, and she's keeping me on my toes. So anyway, I love this community. It's so nice to be back. I'm really thankful to have the residency here, and it just feels wonderful to be recognized and be in good company with so many fine people. The crew here, there's none better that I've ever worked with. So I just give it up for the crew of glassblowers here. They are incredible. I'd like to introduce my daughter, Helena Parriott. She's somebody who we share the same alma mater and the same last name, and I'm really enjoying this work with her. She's been hard on me, but I deserve it. Anyway, here's Helena. Thank you.
Hey, how's everybody doing out here? Yeah, thanks for coming. Let me talk to you guys while I'm getting this other presentation going, and you know, see if I can use this clicker. And all right. So, oh, okay. Wait a minute. I just wanted to see if this is going to be, you know, auto rolling. Okay. And all right, we're on. Okay, thank you for coming out here and being here, watching glass blowing. I hope it's been very, you know, interesting for those of you that know about glass or don't. I'd like to show you a little bit about my work and also some of my influences and some of the philosophical points that have become relevant to me in the last little while. So this is where you can find me on Instagram, website. You can reach out to me also. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here. This is the first time I've been able to make work at the Museum of Glass, and it's the first time me and my dad have really jumped into a project together, though it's always a pleasure to talk to him about elements of glassmaking, which has been, you know, my first training is just having all these dinner table conversations with him or garage studio conversations with him as I was growing up. So being able to really get in there with him and make this happen has been a total honor and a great continuation of things that we've started a long time ago. So, and thank you to the Hot Shop team for all your excellence. These guys are really rock stars. So this has been really impressive seeing how smoothly and calmly they execute everything. I'll go into a bio, a little bit of context, some bodies of work, and what we've been making this week, a little bit of the behind the scenes process, which might be helpful when we jump back into this after this lecture. So this is one of my first learning experiences. I got to go to one of the glass high schools that Charlie had been researching in Železný Brod, and met some really amazing friends there. I was able to learn a little bit more about glass design and execute the design that you're seeing on the screen. I'm a child that was born after all this stuff was going on. So, cell phones, Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, hip hop, Keith Haring, consumerism, 80s, Eddie Murphy, Basquiat, psychedelics, anti-war movement, Black Panther Party, Black Panther food program, American Studio Glass movement. So I think that I was recently able to do a lecture about the context of being an American artist, and I think that these, seeing what's possible, a lot of our influences in what's happened in history influences what we think is possible in terms of art. And so, the more I learn about the context of myself, the greater I can sort of pinpoint why something might be of interest to me or why I might think something's possible. This is a quote that I always try to return to. One thing, I think the essence of this is really what I strive for. So don't ask what the world needs, Ask what makes you come alive and go do it, because what the world needs is people who have come alive. And I really believe that, you know, art and any art form, music, writing, procedure, it's about accessing what makes us come alive, and maybe through a language that we're not used to. So sometimes we get locked into contexts and frameworks that don't allow us to access our joy and access our aliveness. So I think that art is a really great tool in order to get that. So that's something I definitely strive for in my life and with my work as well. Just a quick bio, but just really quickly, I've been living in New York for the last 6 years. Recently, I was able to have a piece show in a group show in Tokyo, which is great. And I was working a lot in urban glass in terms of glass contexts. I would say I'm a multidisciplinary artist. So here are some paintings that I've been making. So the glass process that we're doing, I'd say, is a backwards move from painting. So I started these paintings about 6 years ago. And I started by, when I hit New York, I was in this state where I was really interested in understanding the world, but understanding the world through a creative standpoint. So I really wanted to capture these things that are, you know, in our interactions with our environment, and then do something different with them. So I wanted to harness them. So these are all acrylic paint on canvas, and everything is that material. So these are the most recent of this series, and I'll go through to earlier works in the series. And I've recently come this concept that the world can be made and unmade, I think, is a really powerful one. And this work really helps me access that, which I get a lot of joy from. In terms of process, some ideas brew in sketchbooks for years and years, and sometimes I'm doing a lot of, working through a lot of ideas of composition, color palette, etc. before I end up making work, or while I don't have access to a studio or access to a space to make work, I can still really brood in my sketchbook. So this is the kind of stuff that happens. This work was a lot of experiments. Here I was experimenting with casting glue. And there is an earlier kind of like sketchbook game where you get 3 lines to move through a shape. And then you see what you get with those 3 lines. So the line could be a closed shape, it could enter and exit, or it could be a point. So a lot of getting to know what you like is a really big part of any art form. And I also do a lot of quick sketches to understand composition. I'm impatient, and I like to be able to work through ideas quickly sometimes, so this helps me. These are all pieces that are the size of a bar coaster, and they're on coasters, and people send them to me every once in a while, which you're welcome to do. This is about this body of work, so I'm naming this series Dissociation. So when speaking about the mind, it means the disconnection or separation of parts, which normally would work together. I see the process as an ability to separate channels in one's mind. Making the choice to disconnect from logic or structures holds a powerful purpose in renewing how we live. We can see things for what they are and how they function, while also considering and invoking new possibilities, more in line with the greater good, right? So we'd hope. This is a recent quote I came across in a book called Draw Your Weapons by Sarah Sinchils, and it's also available in an audiobook format. Art illustrates on a small scale what's possible on a larger scale. You imagine blank and you paint blank. You take something from inside your mind and you put it out into the real world. From my head to my hand, from my head to your hand, which means that what was once inside your mind is now shareable. Imagining a city, you make a house. Imagining a political utopia, you help build a country. Imagining the elimination of suffering in the world, you nurse a sick friend. The the creation of an artifact, a sentence, a cup, a piece of lace is a fragment of world alteration. If you can make these smaller changes, if you can alter the world in fragments, just think about what can be imagined together, what might be possible in community, a total reinvention of the world. I love this. I love, it feels empowering to know that these small things that we do are really acts of making the world, and that the world is something that's made, not something that's stagnant. And that's a really important concept for me to hold on to. This is another piece that I've done. So it involves machinery and performance. And it started with this desire to be centered, and it moved on to this thinking of it as a line work. I've been influenced by painters who have a continuous line in their work, and I wanted to do that somewhat in mine. So I started with a concept, I did a bunch of sketching to try to figure it out, and then I ended up with this thing. So I took an old conveyor belt that had a speed control on it, and I figured out how to get it on this easel that I made with plywood and 2x4s, and it worked. I was able to do a scroll that would continuously go with a modest amount of tracking, and then I kind of had this workout machine for this project. So I would do these continuous line performances with this for the last few years, and this is what I ended up with. So and this is a visual process that keeps changing. So I keep learning more things about spatial difference, about harmony, about filling space, about composition, and your body bioadjusts. So I'm learning how to be ambidextrous through this process, and how to get my left hand and my right hand to do things. I'm predominantly a left-handed person, so the left hand tends to try to dominate the whole process. So there's a process called, there's the idea that dual hemispheric coordination is something both very good for developing your sort of brain wiring, but I think in the context of being able to access both parts of your brain, while one is more abstract and one is more practical, to me, I think this seems like a powerful idea in order to, for my own benefit, access the abstract and be able to bring that more into my everyday. There's a short video I wanted to show you about the process. So this video shows how the second version of the easel was working with a thinner piece of paper, and then how this idea is translated into wall pieces. And I'm really influenced by music. Music is something that totally inspires me, and I think it helps me get out of my visual practices in a really wonderful way. So I wanted to do an art that's like an instrument with this process. So this is a process I'm going to be doing more collaborative performances with visual, with musicians, with experimental musicians, and in new environments. So there's an artifact after this. You end up with these scrolls, and so the second component in the project will be leaving it as a mural, leaving it as a piece that can remain as an artifact to the process. I made bandanas of this too. All right, that's it. All right. Okay, thank you. Not over yet. um, so there's a context of this is a performative piece. So this is with some musicians. There's a group called The Spy from Cairo, and we were able to do some live performances and an installation. There's a place called New Blue in New York that has a really eclectic series of musicians, and so this was a really great setting to be doing this work. Here's a proposal for a mural that didn't happen but may happen. Here's a really fun thing, getting to do a backdrop for this just really lovely eclectic party that happened in Brazil. These guys were dancing, these guys in the back were emceeing, and there was like really beautiful music DJing. We had a whole dance circle. It was just, I really like these things, and I like to try to get these things into my art as much as possible because they just bring me joy, So, oh my God. Okay, so easel 2.0 has been, we're working on fabricating it, and it's even further along than these photos. It's been fabricated by Maria Wallace, who's here. She did an amazing job with it. So the purpose of this was to be able to make this project portable. So, I had this huge easel, and I really wasn't able to get it anywhere without a ton of help and, like really wrecking myself before the performance even started. So this is a really great way to make this a really accessible project. So this is, in terms of what's next for me, I think it's this. So I'd like to do performances with this in Seattle. For the next month and a half, I'm going to be here, finishing the easel and then executing. So this is the next phase of that. And this is another thing of how this developed. This developed over years of exploring stuff, recognizing I really loved pinstriping. I did that piece when I was like 7 years old, or 6 years old or something, and kind of working through it in various ways until I was able to get to the machine that I'm using now. Okay. So, in terms of thought process, there's what we know, okay, and then what we know we don't know. But what about what we don't know we don't know? It's kind of silly, but I think that for all of us, there's a lot of possibilities in what we don't know we don't know. And art, abstract thinking, things that get us out of our context, out of our language, out of our frameworks are I think these are the ways that we can try to access some of that. And that's the good stuff. I want to get into the unknown. I don't know how to get there, but, we'll see. So in terms of the textural work, a lot of this is influenced by how the world is constructed, and sort of anomalies one finds. I do like when people have limited materials and they try to make use of them in very interesting and creative ways. I think people that paint over graffiti actually are doing creative expression. I think the people that make the world are, using their hands and expressing themselves as much as visual artists. There's one slide in here, something that I just think it just tickles me. It's a brick wall that fell into the ocean and got tumbled so many times that instead of like a sea glass, we get a sea brick wall, and it's coming up. It's just, I love it. Yeah, that's just great. So, and then my family. So up above in the center, that's me and my dad, and in the matching hoodies. So, I was really fortunate to have a dad who let me get messy and let me hurt myself and let me just try stuff out, and I think that was a real gift. That was a huge gift to me, and so I'm definitely continuously really grateful for that and lucky for that. Below is my mother and my father. They were just such a beautiful duo to grow up with. Really interesting people. She continued to work in. She was a painter, so we got her influences in color. And then she did some collaborative works in glass, which were really beautiful. They were painted growls, which were put into molds. And she was very interested in symbols and symbology, and she read a lot of Rumi. So, she was a very wonderful, deep thinker. So I'm really grateful for her influence. To the left is my brother, Ariel Shepard. He was an amazing influence on me from my early teens on. And I later moved down to Oakland to apprentice with him. So he's actually a muralist and also an activist. And it had a lot of really wonderful ideas that became a big philosophical base for me. So let's see. This mural in the corner here had a wonderful quote. Peace is not the absence. Peace is not the absence of violence, but the presence of justice, is what I remember that saying. It's a Martin Luther King quote. So this is about a young man that was killed and filmed being killed by the police. The police who operate the BART system in Oakland, California, and his name is Oscar Grant. Oh, hey. So here's another influence of mine. I didn't know you'd be here. So John Drury's in the house with his collaborative partner, Robbie Miller. So they recently did a residency here. So I'm really interested in glass and how it works as a process, but I'm also interested in how you can do glass and not do glass. And I just delight in his work, and he's using spray foam as glass. He's thinking about qualities of sticking and expanding and reversing, but he's using whatever he can get his hands on. And this is about accessibility too. This is an immense privilege to get to work with these hot furnaces that are burning gas while we're talking, and it's awesome. But when I go back to my studio, I want to be as resourceful as John Drury. Here's another painter that I really like, Arnaud Liard. His work is beautiful to me. Jenna Marti, photography, but it's sort of like this idea of neon and ephemera and environments. Robin Francis Williams is a very talented painter in New York. She's really killing it, just really beautiful color, figurative stuff. I don't do this, but I think it's great. Fawn Krieger, I came across her work, and this idea is just brilliant to me. I don't know why I like that so much, but it's just really cool, of things squishing through other things, but then it's a painting. Austin Eddy, this is a great composition and color palette. I really like analogous color. So now it's like the word analogy, so it's like this is to that is to that. So I really like color palettes like that. We're utilizing some of that in this glasswork. Here's my small part of my small art collection, which has just organically happened over the years, and I treasure all these things made by people. And art is a really great way to share ideas and build relationships. And even if it's something small, I'd encourage everyone to just start a small art collection. And these are objects that aren't made anywhere else. They're really always original ideas. They're really valuable things to me. Here's the reason why I was in Brazil. So here's the image of me, and I showed that image of me at the Glass High School. Well, I had this poster, and this man's the mentor of my brother. So I got my hands on one of these posters, and I was really interested in this work. I was really interested in this line flow, which I mentioned about that symmetrical drawing machine. This is a big influence for me, so it was a pleasure. The last year I was able to travel to Brazil and work for him. So I was able to, reach out to him, build a relationship, help him out for free, and then I got a job with him. So no one's inaccessible. I think you can, if you really are in line with something, then it's kind of like you're kind of like them in a different way. So that was great. I learned about Brazil, and I learned about, the context of hip hop in Brazil, which is really amazing. And how the combining of Afro-diasporic culture with other influences has created really unexpected and interesting results. So here's just some beautiful expressions of color there. And then Os Gêmeos is the name of these artists. They're twins. They were breakdancers, and they're visual artists. They're really weird, interesting, beautiful artists in Brazil. Here's another huge influence of mine. Capoeira is an Afro-diasporic martial art from Brazil, and it's something I've been practicing for over 6 years, and I'm very influenced by this. It's this active space where there's you're participating in both music, singing, and movement. I'll just show you a little bit of this so you can see the context. So, ooh, sorry. So they're singing a song that's like, "Hey, how are you? It's nice to see you. What's going on? How's your family?" So it's kind of a song that's like a camaraderie song that they sing in this circle. So the space is a circle. People come to the front of this circle, and then they engage in a martial art, but also a physical dialogue. There's this row of instruments here that are made from a tree that grows in Africa, and then it was found to grow in Brazil as well. And you watch this. So okay, so this is, I just love this. How do you guys see that? This is Mestre Silvinho, who's actually a master who lives in Seattle, Washington. So he's accessible, and his school is there. It's a community, and it's a community that's also interested in preserving the aspect of this art form that's about justice and empowerment. It's about recognizing the African influence in the Americas, and to honor that. Okay. All right. And one of the concepts that I hear again and again in this art form, and it's about returning to an idea of time as not as linear. So returning to the idea of connecting to the past and connecting to the present, connecting to the people that were before us and the people that are coming after us. Getting out of a linear time idea is going to help us honor ourselves, honor our land, honor each other, which seems to be a very important thing right now. Glass. So I've been working to translate some of the ideas that I've been working with, the paintings, into glass. This was a piece I was able to have in a show that John Drury curated called Clue at Urban Glass in Brooklyn, New York, where we all got a table platform concept, which were moved throughout the space, sort of mixing the dialogues between the artists' work that were in the space. I'm interested in glass and like not glass. So here's one of the horses was using this texture of broken glass. The idea of entropy, of something is something and then it's not something, but then it's kind of is that thing just because we think it is. These are pieces combining paint and glass. Experimenting with forms, experimenting with combining glass in the mold and then blowing into it. Making these molds. So this is the same process that we used for this series. Me and my father thought it would be interesting to do this, but apply it to a form that he was familiar with, the bust format. The mold is a really wonderful thing because you complete this and then you get to open that up and see what's inside. And it's a very unexpected process. Color and glass is a deep interest. Color in glass is not predictable. You don't, unless you really deeply understand the chemistry in glass, you may end up with really unexpected results. And so doing as much test work as possible really allows one to move through ideas, making bigger pieces with less mistakes. So here in this hot shop, we were able to make a ton of these tests, which is just like, what does the powder look like, you know? Which is really wonderful. Does this one's shiny when you put a torch on it? You know, this is great information to have. Here's a project I did repurposing the top of a chandelier bottle. It comes with this cage. So I made this piece called Shamdelabra. It's a candelabra made of these pieces. So you can blow the glass into that and allow it to expand over the sides. And my level of glass blowing is enough that I can do that. You know, so sometimes I create objects that are possible with my level. You don't have to be a master to work in glass, although it's an honor to work with masters to execute projects. So this is a lighting project, and this is an image of the piece as the centerpieces for a recent gala at Urban Glass. I learned about cold working a lot from my father. We started this project together, playing around with bottles in his garage, cutting them up, thinking about how great it is to repurpose this kind of thing. So this was a collaborative project, and it's now it's now sorry. Okay, so here's another repurposing project. So using plastic like glass. Plastic can be translucent. You can mold it. It's abundant. We waste it. It's interesting. So thinking about this is another translucent material. This is another thing I'm experimenting with right now. I recently was able to do a project, the same style, combining glass and influenced by these ways that people construct spaces with what they find. So I was able to work in the Czech Republic and experiment in a few different formats of how glass can be embedded in a mold. We ended up creating these pieces. So the pink glass on the piece on the right is blown into the form with these pieces of glass already in the form. The piece on the left, same concept. So this is something. This is a newer work in glass in the direction that I'm going in. And here's a little more about the residency here. So my father was able to help me when I was in residence at the museum, at the Creative Glass Center of America in Wheaton, New Jersey. We started talking about this process, and he thought it might be a really interesting thing to apply to different forms. So he wanted to do a horse for the metaphoric possibilities of that object and for the interesting form that they are and their majestic, beautiful creatures. So we found a cubist idea of a horse, and we started thinking about how that could be made into forms that would be blown into glass. So glass likes to be round. Glass doesn't like to turn corners. So we realized we had to break this piece into two pieces. So that's why when we blow this horse in the next after the next hour, we'll need to do it in two parts. So there's a nuzzle part and a neck part, and then there's also ear parts, which we're doing right after this. So it turned into sort of like a taxidermy project. We realized we were taking latex skins and wrapping them around the forms. These hairs coming out of them are what you call sprues, so they allow air to flow through the mold. If the air doesn't have anywhere to go, it explodes inside the mold. It doesn't have any direction to flow out, so air gets trapped, and then strange things happen to the glass. So that's what these hairs are for. So we had this space where we were creating these pieces, kind of going through a lot of troubles, a lot of experiments. Charlie's making a mold of bullets there. This is our lovely dog. on a plank on a grizzly bear. It seemed pertinent because the taxidermy reference in this is pretty strong. But we had a lot of fun doing this process, playing around with things. You know, you end up with a lot of weird artifacts to play with in the meantime. There was a woman here taking photographs. Her name's Janet Newhauser. So she's an amazing photographer who's doing a pinhole project right now. We also had Russell Johnson come down and help us with photography too. So we're really lucky for the support and help of our friends as well. Ben, Gabe, and Sarah mainly here in the hot shop holding it down, doing amazing stuff, calmly, kindly. And so if you wanted something else to do that's glassy, that's good, that's interesting, go to John Drury's show later this week. It's this Thursday, opening, that's Thursday the 11th, okay, 5 to 8 p.m. at the Traver Gallery in downtown Seattle. He's going to do a really amazing show with a whole diversity of ideas in glass, really kind of pushing the envelope in terms of what one thinks is possible. So I would highly recommend you come into this, and I'll be there too. So good chance to connect again. So thank you so much, you guys. We're going to jump into the hot shop. Thanks for coming. Thank you, Dad. I wouldn't be able to do this if it weren't for my dad doing this with me, so thank you. Thank you, thank you. And we'll open this up to Walt. Huh? Okay, we got to get back to work, so let's get going.
Hi, hi everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. We have two guest artists, Charles Parriott and Helena Parriott, and we're working on some sculptures. And so the basic idea of the sculpture is a stylized horse's head. We're going to make these heads out of 3 different molds. One mold for the muzzle, one mold for the neck of the horse, and a different mold for the ears. The molds are made out of plaster. You can see some of the molds over on this rolling cart. So the mold itself is made out of plaster. We blow a little bubble of hot glass, drop it into the hole in the middle of the mold, and blow. It fills up the hole and makes the shape of the object. So right now, over on the right, Gabe, the man in the bright blue shirt, is preparing the bubble. Lumping, where you heat up sheets of glass and bend it, melt. The little grains of sand hit the glass and they make a little chip. So the whole surface is covered in little tiny chips. That's what makes it look, and that scatters the light, and that's what makes it look frosty. Chip the surface. Slides the idea. I wasn't there. That was probably pretty heavy. That was probably, that was before I associated with it. What? Yes, yes, yes. Well, we do all sorts of things here. Like when we have a guest artist like Parriott, they'll keep everything they make except for 2 pieces. One they'll donate to the museum collection, and another one that'll be sold at our annual auction. Everything else they make, they take home. Yeah, yeah, we probably have 30 or so over the course of the year. And we have a regular crew. The people who are making the glass right now, they're our Museum of Glass hotshot people. They're employees of the museum. So we're working for our guest artists. That's Gabe. there's two types of kilns. There's the glass furnaces. Those are the ones with the doors closed. And then there's the glory holes. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. The glass furnaces contain the tanks of molten glass. The glory holes have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass as we work it. They both run on natural gas and forced air. The glory holes run at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The furnaces run at 2,100. And we melt the colored glass on. Yeah, these. The bubble that Ben is making is going to go into a mold, a plaster mold for the ears of the horse. Sarah, over on the right, is going to fish one of the ear molds out of that oven. We preheat the mold. She's got a pair of Kevlar gloves on. And Ben drops the bubble into the mold and blows. The glass bubble fills the mold. And when that's stiff enough to retain its shape, we'll break the glass and the mold away from the metal pipe and place it in an oven called the annealing oven, where it will be cooled very, very slowly overnight. If we were just to make these things and put them on the table and walk away, they would cool too quickly and unevenly, and they would shatter. I'm not going to give it to you. No. You can touch it. Man, this is the artist's work. We don't pass it around if it gets broken. No, I'm showing it to you, but I'm not gonna hand it around. Well, something like this you could do overnight, but the thicker and more complicated things are, the longer we take to cool. Could be days, could be weeks. So that big black oven is called the annealing oven. Each day we heat that up to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night we start the cooling process and cool them down slowly overnight. This is one of the ears for the horse. Nope. Oh, you can touch it, yeah. Can't hold it, though. I'll pass it around. looks like. Yeah. No, everything we make has to be cooled slowly overnight. So anything's out here that is done at least a day before. Powdered colored glass. Those are we're preheating the molds, the plaster molds. What? Powder? It's just finer. Grit is little chunks, and powder is powder. He's melted some powdered colored glass on the surface. Yep. Made the shape out of wax, and we poured plaster over it, and then we melted out the wax, and it left a hole in the shape of the ear, and then we filled it up with glass. It's called a plaster mold. We play color overlay.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So So in the center, Ben, tall guy with his hand on his hip. He's preparing the bubble to blow into our plaster mold. When we blow into a mold, we make a shape of the bubble that's sort of similar to the shape that the final object will be. So these ears for the horse are going to be kind of pointy. So he's making the bubble pointy before he goes in the mold, so that when we blow, the glass will expand evenly and fill the mold evenly. He's changed the setting on the glory hole, on the furnace. You can see the flames licking out. That is what's called a reducing flame. It has more gas than it has air. And what that does is certain colors of glass have extra silver in them. And when they're exposed to a reducing flame, the silver comes to the surface of the glass and gives it a metallic sheen. So he's coated that with some kind of reducing color. And so the glass doesn't have that sheen until it's exposed to that type of flame. Plaster molds that we use, one for the ears, one for the muzzle, and one for the neck. They're blowing ears right now. So that's plaster. Blowing the bubble glass inside. Take the shape of the ear. So then they're going to blow it, make it bigger. They're blowing it already. Okay. Make it much bigger than that. No. Okay, got it. Yours is small. Okay. All right, just have a little schematic sketch on the floor. Center. Yeah, sorry. Okay. And you can see the three different parts: the neck, the muzzle, and the ear. I grew up in Huntington, West Virginia, which is very, very famous for. Huh? Very horsey. No, it's very Palico Flat, Pilgrim Flat, all the flat places are right there. You've been to that? Oh, heck yeah. Yeah. My grandmother's got all kinds of, you know, had all this glass, you know, over the years she died. Yeah, we all have horses. That's what I thought. Yeah, my sister has horses. You like horses? Yeah. See a fun video with a horse? Can we play the pony video? So this is how we make a horse out of glass. Work the glass, it's like 14, 1500 degrees. That oven is about 900 degrees. And you put everything you make in there all day long, and then at night it has a computerized thermostat that slowly, slowly temperature down. What? Oh, it's a sample of a mini glass color glass. So we reduced it, made a little apron. Yeah, these guys are all professional glass blowers. You don't have any like apprentices when you're teaching? We take interns occasionally, but no, it's not a school. Yeah, okay. So you just take interns from like the local university art department? We take interns from local high school glass blowers. Oh, okay. So there's a middle school and high school program in glass blowing here in Normal Public School. That's really cool. How are you guys? Hey, do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Well, here in Normal Public Schools, there's a middle school and high school program that teaches glass blowing. And so we don't have classes there, but we have a close relationship with that program. And so sometimes the kids from that program will come and work here and take interns in that program. They have their own glass shop, their own section. Are you guys local? Oh yeah. So they were at JC and Wilbraham. Not far, yeah. Thanks. What's next, Helena?
They're doing the neck for the horse. The red with golden over it. Golden, yeah. Gold, no, like a reducing K, sorry, R217. It's a kind of clear gold that reduces.
Iris gold?
That's Cyrus gold. I'm gonna go get that together. Pure gold.
Oh, this is iris gold and not the mica.
No, not mica.
So the next thing we're doing is we're going to make the neck of the horse. The horse sculptures are made in 3 parts. We have a little schematic drawing here. We have one mold for the neck of the horse, one mold for the muzzle, and one mold for the ears. So the one we're going to do next will be a neck. The molds are preheated be in that oven over there. We'll prepare the bubble. We'll apply all the colored glass to it. And then we'll bring the mold out, drop the bubble in, and blow. So if you watch the man in the bright blue shirt, that's Gabe. He's going to start the bubble for our horse's neck. He's heating up the tip of the pipe so that the glass will stick to it. Glass sticks to hot steel, it doesn't stick to cold steel. You can see the slight red glow on the end of the pipe. That means it's hot. Behind that door is our big tank of molten glass. The glass that's on the end of that pipe is clear glass. It has no color. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. So that glass is as clear as your eyeglasses, but it's so hot that it's actually glowing. So if you watch Gabe, he's going to blow a little bit of air into that steel pipe and then close it up with his thumb. That'll trap the air inside, and the heat and pressure will expand the air and automatically blow the first bubble. That's called capping, and that's how we start almost every hollow object that we make. So Gabe's going to let his bubble cool and stiffen a bit. Sarah, standing up to the right, she's heating up a chunk of colored glass, and then we're going to melt the colored glass over the clear glass. So all our glass in our furnaces is clear. We buy the colored glass in various forms. One of the forms are these bars. We buy them from different companies in Europe. So Sarah's taken a little chunk of the colored glass, heated it up, and now we're going to coat Gabe's bubble with the colored glass. Parriott and Helena Parriott, and they're making sculptures of a kind of a stylized horse's head. We're making it in three parts. See that drawing there? So they made three different molds. One for the muzzle, one for the neck, and one for the ear. It's going to be a neck. Molds are waiting in that up there. They're being warmed up. Plastic molds. Prepare the bubble. We're going to melt different colors on it, and then we'll pull the mold out and drop the bubble. Yes, sir. Chunky things on the side of the table. These are sculptures by Helena Parriott, one of our guest artists. Sculptures, yes. You guys have any questions? We're making a bunch So if you look up on on the balcony there, all those things in the cases were made by different guest artists. So we have a collection of hundreds of pieces by all different artists from all over the world. When the glass blowers disappear around the corner like that, they're going to our powder booth where we sift powdered colored glass onto the surface. So the colors in these sculptures will sort of have a two-part thing. We'll melt on the bar colors, we'll make a smooth interior color, and then we're also coating it with colored glass. We apply the powdered colored glass. Oh, you can see it. We have a camera in up on the big screen. They sift it on like you sift powdered sugar onto a brownie. These jars here on the table are all full of the different colors of powdered glass. That's the bar color on the inside. And then that's in the middle of a glass object. We make whatever's in the middle first. And then we dip it in the clear glass and the clear glass coat. So it looks to your eyes like you put something in the middle, but actually you put the clear glass around. silvery amber color. Yes. Yep. But see, everything looks that same orange. Ball glass, whether that's blue or green or purple, looks just like it. Yes. When you think about in your house, once it cools down, you think about your own home. You have an electric stove. The burners are gray. You turn them on to cook something. They get hot. They glow orange for a little while. You turn them off. They cool down. They go back to being gray. That's what you're seeing here. You're seeing that same orange glow with the heat. We generally buy it from three or four companies. One of them in Portland, and the other three are in Germany. The Kugler Company, the Reichenbach Company, and the Sipp Company. They're like sort of like a paint company in that all they do is make colored glass. They have like 200 colors, and you can buy it in bars. You can buy it in powders. You can buy it in chips. Yeah, this is the bar color, the blue green, and then we sifted some powdered darker green on there. No, this is glass. No, that's what it looks like when it's finished. That's one of Helena's sculptures. Well, when she made the form, she likes all sorts of different textures. So she put all sorts of different textures in the mold. The glass takes different textures. So she takes a rubber mold off of wood or from metal, off of bricks, whatever texture she likes, and then we duplicate those textures in the mold, and then we blow the glass. What? Yeah, well, I mean, lots of it's made freehand. Today, we're yeah. I mean, that's not what we're doing today. Today, it's blown into the mold to get the shape. But once it cools down, you can carve the glass. Yes. Okay. We have two guest artists. We have Charles Parriott, the man there with the cap, and his daughter Helena Parriott, who's behind there applying the powder. The rest of the people on the floor are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're professional glass blowers that work for the museum. And when we have a guest artist, either the guest artist takes the lead of the team and our guys assist them, or they design the objects and our guys make it according to their design. So it's a little bit of a mixture. The Parriotts made a bunch of molds, plaster molds of the forms that they wanted, and our guys are blowing the glass into those molds. Well, we make them out of all sorts of things. These are plaster molds. They're made of plaster and silica flour. We make metal molds and graphite molds, aluminum molds. We even make molds out of wet toothpaste. Yes. Yeah, those are parts of horse heads. Parts. Yeah. Do you see the drawing in the center? It's a little bit stepped on now. Can we get a shot of the drawing in the center? The chalk drawing? You may have to actually stand up. See it. So over here, there it is. So we're making these in 3 basic parts. We have one mold for the muzzle, one mold for the neck, and then a different mold for the ears. And they're going to be assembled after the glass is cooled on. The parts will be glued together. So at the center bench, we're preparing the bubble to go into the mold. The gray pad in Ben's hand, Ben is the man sitting at the bench, that's just folded up newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. He's squeezing the glass now and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll break the glass away from the metal pipe. You guys have any questions?
Yeah, what's that? So what's the difference between that section you just stuck the glass in right over there and this one right here? So I know
The-
that one right here.
This one and the one that you just pulled the glass out of, those are the same. They're two glass furnaces. The round ones have no glass in them, they're just a hot chamber. The ones with the doors closed have big tanks of molten glass. Did you see the picture?
Yes.
Yes. Each time we dip it into the big vat of molten glass, only a certain amount will stick. So if we want to make something large, we have to build it up in layers and coat it several times. Making the horse's neck. Well, it's just the horse's head, and I think they're probably. Our guest artist sculpted the forms that they want for this horse, and then they took plaster molds off that, and then we're making a glass bubble. We're going to blow it in. It's going to take on the form. So we're getting ready to blow into the mold. Ben in the center is heating up the glass, making it nice and soft. Sarah in the silver jacket is fishing out the mold. We'll place it in front of those little set of stairs. Ben will come over and drop the bubble into the mold and blow. You're holding the wooden paddles to keep the glass outside of the mold from expanding too much. So we're going to hold the bubble till it hardens. When they feel it's hardened enough to maintain its shape, then we'll break it away from the metal pipe and we'll place the mold and the glass in our annealing oven where it will be cooled slowly over several days. So we're going to break it off. A little whack. We're going to melt the sharp edge where we broke it off. And then carry the mold to our annealing oven.